Welcome back. 2 workers and resources. Begin our horses and resources run. We'll probably get the settlement started next year. And we'll try and boost loyalty as much as possible. See how it goes. Once the settlement is stable and everything is running smoothly, we can consider setting up the clothing factory, I think. At that point, we won't have to import any clothing anymore. We'll just be transporting the clothing from the clothing factory to our store, and then the excess goes to export, and that would be a continuous loop. That I don't know if 1 horse is going to be enough, but that a couple horses might have to do. Or the distribution office, I guess. But the distribution office is going to be busy enough, making sure there's enough food in here. And I didn't put a warehouse down, so we'll see. The goal is to stabilize a high loyalty setting with the orphanage, producing us very loyal, highly educated people. And the highly educated people need to make sure that the school is staffed by them, which then in turn means that everyone else will be pushed up to at least 50% loyalty to run the orphanage for a loyalty boost. Hello Tumahai. Welcome. That's why we're using foreign workers to research towards the secret police. It's probably not gonna like go all the way through, but we have already started. And once people move in, they can finish the research. And then we have to do the secret police itself. We'll build it and then see if everything runs the way it should. Slow start, but we were kind of expecting that with the horses. Still not decided on a goal yet. I don't want to go past 1990, I think. So maybe, or well, let's say, maybe 2000. 100 years in workers and resources, I guess, from 1900. 2000, I think, would be the absolute limit, unless something really cool happens. But maybe by that point we already have enough money and stuff, like. I guess once we get to modern equipment, we'll have the goal to modernize our republic, and yeah, might be done by 2000. Rip out all the horse-only buildings and replace them with modern ones. Or just keep them integrated. We'll see how far we can push this with just horses and then, in addition to that, steam locomotives. This might give it that old-timey look like throughout the game. And then maybe a couple modern additions like, who knows, maybe a tram or cableway cars that we can also have in 1900 right now. Some of those might be good. Bad news, the max performance version of my automation car has too much grip and flips over constantly. Power's incredible though. I don't think it has too much grip. Like, if it flips over sideways, I bet your arrow is... Like, okay, it depends on which way it flips over, but too much grip shouldn't be an issue. I don't believe it. Oh, we'll see. Maybe the suspension is just too soft. Left and right, so when turning. So it has too high of a center of gravity. And the suspension gives way too much. Because if it's like flat on the ground, it should just slide over. If it's like a sports car. Well, I'm sure you'll figure something out. Just GT3 Wang and that'll be fine. Hello, Mega Monkey. And Tomai, I think I said that already. We're watching a settlement built in slow-mo. Merry end of Xmas. I'm not why are we celebrating the end of a vacation day? That's just... Now you're just like being someone who wants to like celebrate everything. Happy middle of the week. Happy start of the week. Happy end of the week. Happy hump day. Happy second to last of the week. Happy Saturday. You love celebrations? I do not. Well, people are pretty much ready to move in, I think. Happy end of the Big Bang. Happy most Mesopotamia Day. That's probably a thing. Thank you, thank you. It is making progress. Once we have people here, we can even set the loyalty requirement, I guess. But yeah, it's not slow. Do we move people in? You... 5 workers. Don't load highly educated. Load them fully. And then drop them off at the heating plant too. Was a lot of fun driving that car yesterday. It handled way better than it looked on your stream. But yeah, too much power, I think. It always wanted to go sideways. Maybe I needed to change the toe in on the rear. Maybe that would have helped. Steering wheel magic, yeah. Alright, I think we'll move people in. We're almost ready with more buildings. Having 4 buildings will give us housing capacity for 200 workers, which should be decent. Let's get the heating stabilized. Need to charge that up first. Make sure we have maximum heating. And yeah. I think it should work fine. Hopefully the pollution is not going to be too much of an issue. Go check things out, I guess. I guess the problem will be like the clinic. If there's not enough highly educated people going there, then that'll be a problem. Hello, Neo Contra. Welcome. Happy second episode day, I guess. Might have to bring some people in just generic so they can work everywhere. So I'll drop them off here instead. Unload workers with a regular education, then unload everyone. So the highly educated people can also work in the doctor's office and just do work for us in general. $50 people might be a little bit low. But we'll have a new building soon. So it's a test. Episode 2, the Orphans Strike Back. Oh god. Now we're gonna make like movie title puns. Orphans versus Predator. No, no. I take that back. No, ignore that one. That's not a good Aliens versus Predator joke. Okay. Good start. Well, I'm gonna delete that VOD, I guess. It's gonna be on YouTube forever. Jesus. I can't even. I don't know what to say. Well, while trying to set up the next building. Getting things a little bit more stabilized, maybe? We'll have to turn off the orphanage, otherwise there's gonna be too many workplaces. But yeah, maybe we can have a minimum loyalty requirement in the school, so if we bring highly educated people here via for a customs house, only the loyal foreign workers go in there. Ideally 55% or higher, so we have students coming out of those schools and universities that at least have 55% loyalty or trend towards 55% loyalty, and then there would be a decent amount of time that they can work in the orphanage, I guess. Okay, next building. You already have secret police? No, not yet. But I know the loyalty of people coming in from the customs house. We know their loyalty. So when they trickle into the education buildings, they can do that. I don't know how long foreign workers wait at the labor pickup hall. Apparently they wait longer than an hour. Okay. My first tech is secret police. I've already been researching it with foreign workers. Okay, that's interesting. So foreign workers wait as long as like at a customs house. But my own people should only wait for an hour. So this is kind of a little bit awkward. I think I'm going to send them back to the bus stop instead. Because this is not the way I envisioned this one. And you can send people everywhere now. Any other building? And if you don't... If there's nothing available at the other buildings, send them to the bus stops. I'll go secret police. I will need more research points to actually run the clothing factory. I mean, initially I can set it up for clothing production for domestic consumption. But that's kind of like... That's kind of... I don't need that much clothing. Let's get more migrants. Oh, waste transportation is also important. We need to remove the waste from the settlement. There's probably people dying already. How bad is it? Almost. I mean, it's already happening, I think. Thankfully, there's not too many people yet. So first thing, secret police, and then probably working towards a clothing factory. Import of fabric, export of clothing. That'll be 2 points based on the trade deals rules. And that's gonna keep us busy for a while, economically. Very well. I don't know if the foreign workers actually got used or if they just disappeared. It might not be intentional for foreign workers to go into the labor pickup hall. Yeah. So from here... Ignore the labor pickup hall. I'm gonna write that down. Okay. So, unceremoniously, we move people in. The kindergarten is almost ready. Orphanage, not that far behind. Research has priority right now, because making highly educated people not as important. We can get some migrants, I guess. But highly educated people are quite expensive. Even regular migrants are really expensive. Jesus. Yeah, we would like to move away from getting migrants, I guess. So hopefully the whole loyalty setup will work. Get the research done for the secret police, and then everything will hopefully be fine. Loyalty already down to 59%. It's kind of what we did in our test game, except on a smaller scale, and we didn't even see if it worked. So it'll be interesting to see. You know what? We're gonna remove all of these. The workers should just go to the workplaces that they deem are the best choices. Otherwise we're sending foreign highly educated workers to weird buildings, balancing them out across the board. And that's not what I want. Come on, I got like 14 highly educated workers here. Send some to the doctor's office. We don't need that many teachers. Might put that down to 3. Send the rest to the doctor's office. Good. Hopefully that will keep health higher than it is right now. god, hopefully we can keep up with water. Waste is looking fine. Hello, Zupsy. Welcome. We'll stop getting migrants, I think, because they are quite expensive comparatively, and see if we can get a population growth going. We will have to make sure we get the secret police soon. You know what? We will need to unload the workers from the bus stop at the orphanage first, I think. But then it doesn't work again. Never mind. Shut this down for now, until we have delivered enough goods. We'll probably need another distribution office on citizen goods anyway. What's a guy gotta do to get to go to university in this town and kill your parents? Well, that would make you a criminal, so lose your parents maybe. Hello, Toasted Corn. Hello, low motor. My god, everyone's showing up. What did I do? Do horses need feeding? They need fuel, which is horse feed, yes. So you have to refeed them, feed them. I don't know if the labor pickup hall actually attracts highly educated workers. I don't think it does. I think it is just low education workers, which might be good. %3 loyalty. You know what? We're gonna feed all of the workers here slowly to the school. I'll set this one to prefer based on education. And maybe we can push loyalty that way with the minimum amount of workers. We won't know the loyalty of the students until we have the secret police. But this might actually get us a boost on loyalty to start out with, without having the orphanage. And without requiring migrants. Maybe. The orphanage will have to wait. Okay, more food, please. Yep, make sure everyone's healthy. Do you know if they fixed the housing loyalty checkboxes? Yes, they have. We tested that in our test game and it seems to work correctly now. So the secret police idea should work a lot better now. We'll see if that's actually the case, but yeah. My assumption is that we'll have a much easier time getting this sorted. Oh, there's still people walking in here. I think we're gonna get rid of that bus stop now. I guess we could bring these workers to the settlement as well. Make sure they don't, like, live here forever. It's kind of fun though. Right. Feed them into the settlement. That's where our workers doing terraforming. And now they're free. Here's some clothing. Sure, should be able to deliver that. So these workers are constantly trying to just feed into the school, meaning that we will hopefully... why are you at 44% loyalty in working in the school? That wasn't the idea. Why is this not working with foreign workers? Well, then I guess it won't work if they can just move in here based on any loyalty. Building of labor, is that a new building or a mod? It's a new building. It kinda acts like a bus stop, except it counts as a regular workplace, so it should always attract some workers. It will not pull highly educated workers out of the settlement, but it attracts regular workers as if it is a workplace, and then you can pick them up by bus. So it's a bus stop that you don't have to balance workers into. You don't have to go here and go to the bus stop. So you always have some workers. It just does that on its own. Does require some heating, water and sewage, apparently. I don't see a lot of water consumption, so maybe that doesn't matter, but it says it needs them, so I provide it. They'll wait for an hour and then look for a local workplace, like on a bus stop. And it's like kind of useful, maybe close to like important buildings, like a heating plant, because it'll draw workers to itself. And then after an hour it'll check, does the heating plant need workers? No, send them away again. So hopefully shorter walking distance to the heating plant. Always found it difficult to get builders workers at the bus stop. Yeah, what I usually do is like, I say like, this house only has regular workers and you all go to that bus stop. You go to that bus stop, and if the bus stop should be full for any reason, you can go to other buildings after that. That's how I did it usually. But then if something went wrong with this house, of course, it all stopped working and was a bit of a mess. But yeah, the new building might make that easier, hopefully. Research is slow. I could also send them to research. If the loyalty thing doesn't work with foreign workers, then yeah, that doesn't matter. We'll focus on the research instead. Make sure the party HQ is filled. Well, some of our regular workers are also stuck in the loop now. Great. We don't get a lot of starting money with the whole start. That is true, but the inflation, the resource costs are also much lower. Steel currently costs less than 100 rubles per ton, so it's gonna be cheap for a while. I think the money / inflation cost of resources is like all balanced across the starts. So you get a lot of money later on, but resources are also more expensive. But if you don't use the money right now, then yes, it's all going to like inflate away from its value. One thing I could be doing is importing a bunch of steel right now before it gets expensive. It's the same value of money as later year starts, yeah. It just means that you need to make sure you actually spend the money to get value out of it, which is kind of difficult with the slow horses, I guess. Now we got a ton of horses here that need maintenance. What is the worst one vehicle we have? That's only 21%, that's not bad. We got time. We got a couple, like 2-3 years. But if we maintain them now, they don't cost us anything. Yeah, if that's the case, like we just need a veterinary with no resources, maybe. Like a tiny amount of resources. That would be cool. Because the last time we tried building this thing, we built it as if it is like a repair station for vehicles. And it definitely is, but horse carts are so much cheaper to maintain. Terraforming with just idle workers is low. But it still works. Maybe I should build it here. Have like another road going through this area. I mean, this was supposed to be a bridge, I guess, going across here. I need to get the horses out of that area and actually put them into like proper construction offices. What if we put it here? It's too wide. Dang it. Come on. Nah, it's too wide. Unfortunately. Here's it's nice and flat. We could put it here and put the construction offices around it. This is not going to repair the trains in the future. I would have to tear up the footpath again. I think just here is fine. I need to get the workers out of here, I think. I need some way to make them move out if it overfills. We'll do this and then give them like a path to the labor pickup hall, I guess. Just in case there's too many people here. There should also be no passengers and students, but that's fine. Traffic jam because of construction. Oh my god. It's gonna delay things quite a bit. Got another water tank, which is good because then our water supply is based off of 2 substations. Will be more efficient to supply it that way. We'll try and repair horses at 20% or earlier because then should be cheap. Maybe we could already plan the next settlement. Mega town here. I need a village, I think. Maybe a logging village with a large stream of vehicles going to the customs house to sell lumber. It needs like a settlement with like a house. Or we just need a logging camp with a fire station next to it. Ideally a settlement that maintains the fire station. Yeah, we might do the logging setup. Logging buildings feeding into an open storage like this. 3 logging camps. And then we just pick that up from here. 2 loading stations with no electricity. Should be fine. These houses still need a waste storage. Single orphanage. If we get another orphanage, it would not be highly educated workers, it would just be regular educated workers. I think we'll probably put the secret police in here, maybe. But that also means there's going to be room for waste storage, I think. Everything, yep. I mean, I guess we could wait until the secret police is available to plan it. I need some highly educated workers going over there. You only work in the university. But if there's no room, you can go elsewhere. That should give us a little bit of research now continuously, even if there's no foreign workers. Yeah, maybe we'll do logging export. I don't know. That way we will only have to spend 1 research point. Seems to be that lumber goes up in price. Of course, once we build the logging camp, then it's going to go down again. That's normally how it goes. But maybe we are going to luck out and lumber is going to be expensive. Thankfully, I don't have to worry too much about the fuel and oil price. I think you need to get a farm going. A farm is a lot of investment. A logging camp would be quite cheap to set up and should be profitable even if the price is low. I'm tempted to set up a logging camp here, maybe. In walking distance of the houses. Would be a constant stream. I wanted a clothing factory. But we also play with something called trade deals, which is a game mode modification I made up. Where we can't just export and import whatever we want. It depends on how much population we have. And right now we don't have enough. I spent that 1 point from the population and the early start on researching secret police. So I can't do anything else right now. Once we get 200 citizens in this settlement, then I can do something else. And that might be logs, I think. Maybe the next settlement would be a farm, but it would require a pretty big, like, crop storage, I think. I don't know. I mean, farming might be cheap because it's all also going to be crop-based. Hopefully the farming vehicles don't require more crops than they are harvesting. But just making crops, I guess, is a good idea, because it just acts as fuel. So we could make our own fuel right now by just dropping a field in and letting them, like, grow some crops for us. I don't have enough people to do that, though. There's a lot of other jobs that need to get done, which currently aren't being done. Unable to get clothes, I don't believe it. Someone work in the alcohol kiosk, please. I think I need more migrants. I'm trying to resist getting more migrants. I think it would be too many. We'll have to wait until we have secret police, I think. Come on, people, provide shopping services to the people that want to buy food. That's the bare minimum. Don't make me manually assign a building for this. I'm gonna have to manually assign a building for this. There's so many people waiting here. And there's only one seller. There's two people working in the goddamn clothing store. You stupid people. You know what? Go work here. Jesus. Why are there so many students in here? How can they get in here? Oh, they walk to the bus stop, and then from the bus stop they get in. Yeah, no more students. And no passengers. Yep, that's what they did. Sneaky. Once we have the technology for education for most loyal citizens, then the university can be directly connected to the settlement at that point. But right now we need to keep it kind of separate. I mean, even in the future it's going to be nice to keep it separate, I guess. Just build a new university for public visitors. I guess if you can't find any work, you should go to the bus stop setup. So always go to the university, and if you can't find work, go to the bus stop. And that'll keep you around until there's room inside the university for you to work. Let me accelerate that. Let's get another load of migrants. Once we have the loyalty going, then we can get foreign workers from third world countries with US currency, and we should be able to boost them up in loyalty quite reliably, hopefully. Until our except maybe our population growth by that point is already somewhat stable. I think pollution is fine. Heating so far hasn't made too much pollution. But then again, it wasn't that cold yet. We'll have to see how it goes through winter. How bad it gets. And we still need to build that tank monument, I think. But maybe I'm gonna do that like at 1945 or later. Seems very strong. Sports enjoyment only 37%. Gonna make a very small settlement. Try to get the loyalty boosted right away. Get over 50% and make a self-sustaining, very loyal settlement. And then with that high loyalty, our production buildings should be more efficient, and maybe a clothing factory with even fewer workers might be quite good. If the loyalty can be pushed up quite nicely. Oh my god, the heating plant. It might need 2 horse carts. Either that or there was a traffic jam. Hopefully it was a traffic jam. If this runs out during winter, it's so over. I didn't look how bad it got, but it isn't at full capacity of the coal storage right now, so I'm a little bit worried. Okay, seems like it caught up again. I guess the distribution offices can also help when they deliver coal. And if we're like, I don't know, below 50%, you can also unload directly into the heating plant, I guess. Don't need to unload it here. I'm tempted to stop getting foreign workers. It's a drain of 1,700 per month right now. No, 1,000. Yeah, 1,800. Let's do that. See if the settlement can work without. I mean, I guess we could just bring the highly educated people in to work in the university to help out with that. But they don't seem to be following the loyalty guidelines. What is the problem? Okay, we'll set vehicle repairs to 20%. Means that 5-6 vehicles are gonna get repaired. And they will need a tiny, minuscule amount of steel. I don't have an open hull wagon, yeah, open hull cart. I'll move an existing one over there. Drop off. That's cheap, 50%. Don't forget you need to build or start Titanic in 1909. Was that an Eastern European ship? I don't know. Seems dubious. %10 of materials here, please. I guess we just copy this over to the other covered hull distribution office. I mean, I think I need the next research point as like distribution offices, so we can get the horse distribution offices going instead of like a resource. Hey, don't worry, you're not here to suggest anyone. Hello, Caesar Clown. I was born and raised in Belfast, where the Titanic was built, and I have to say, for the sake of my ancestors, it was fine when it left here. It was fine. Hello, 50. Welcome. We'll get started on the secret police right away after. No one's getting a higher education right now. There's still people, like, there's still some students making its way over here somehow. Oh, probably from this building. Yeah, maybe the people from over there are walking in. I guess that makes sense. You do know of the coal fire that was burning on it when it left, right? Well, was it coal powered? So, was the coal fire in a boiler by any chance? Oh, coal in the bunker. I thought you were making a joke that they had like a fire below deck in the boiler. I see. I wish we could set the default repair value for new vehicles. Well, go and repair stuff. I might have to set the repair value below 20% even. If we can repair things for free, we might as well. 2 work days, no resources. Just workers. Population is very, very slowly growing. And average loyalty is dropping. Happiness is also not that great, but at least people can reliably go shopping for food right now. Nice synthwave music, thank you. It's from Carl Casey. He makes it available for free if you give him credit, which I do at the start of every stream. I don't think I've ever forgotten it yet. I hope I don't forget it. When you repair trucks, buses, it gets a lot more difficult. Yeah, it does. Thank you for the follow, Thunder. Much appreciated. And welcome to the stream. Alright, secret police, let's go. Very good. Had to build a housing build over other month cause they would just fill up. Oh, well, yeah. I mean, if you have 21-year-olds without their own flat waiting, there can be a lot of people waiting for houses. I don't worry about that too much anymore. Like the Republic running full. I mean, I'm going to, but right now my idea is, because if I go and like let this grow out of control, then we're just gonna run into the issue of not being able to supply enough food to the people. Because with horse carts it's gonna be a pain. So my idea is to get the loyalty of the population up, to make them as productive as possible. and then work towards a way to make money. And there may have been a fire, it may have weakened the hull, but the iceberg caused the sinking and would still likely have happened with or without the fire. As I said, it was fine when it left us. Oh, it left us alright. More people lead to more housing, which also lead to more people needing work and food and other problems. Just send them all down the mine to work. That's one way to do it, yeah. Let's see. Do we drop it even further? These aren't being repaired yet. Um, 10% here is fine, thank you. Yeah, that's fine. It's better to import crops or farm the crops instead. On Siberia, it's better to import. In general, making them yourself is cheaper, but there can be a lot of logistics overhead. Because, like, if you have a rail line set up or a ship set up to import crops and then turn them into food and alcohol and clothing, whatever, the price of the crops is going to go up, but so will the price of the resulting product. So if you import crops and export the product, you're still going to make a profit, and it causes like an inflation loop, which can make previous loans seem insignificant over time. But if you just want to go for raw money, then making them yourself is more profitable. But it requires a lot of infrastructure to make that happen. Alright, let's go to 15%. That's a lot more vehicles. No resources? What do you mean no resources? If you try to repair them when they're not damaged enough, does it tell you no resources and you can't actually repair them? Because that would be a problem. Maybe it just doesn't have the workers assigned for it right now, because we currently have set it to 5 workers per vehicle? No. Well, I guess I'm gonna make a screenshot of that. Yeah, I guess this is not going to work then. I'm gonna drop a save. And we'll send that in for report. And I guess I'll set the repair target back to 20%. So at least it takes like a couple resources to repair things. Wild West carriages. Yep. For sure. Can you all tell the people also where to shop for food and other things, and also where to go for sport and stuff? Well, they try to look for their own places. If they can't find anything locally, they go to a bus stop, and then from a bus stop you can guide them, yes. So once they get to a bus stop, you can tell people where they're allowed to go. Like other bus stops. So you can chain bus stop to bus stop to bus stop, so they walk long distances. It does take their time, but that's the only way to guide them, really. You can't tell them, you all go to this sports facility. Unless it's a building with a road connection, because then you can load them into a bus and drive them to that building directly. That would be the only way. It depends on how you build stuff. For example, we have built it in a way where no one in the settlement, except this house, can send people to the university. And the reason for that is that only orphans will get a higher education. The state demands it. And then those orphans will get very high loyalty. Would be awesome if people can buy food and clothes at the border. Well, then they would need personal transportation, I guess. Or need to be in walking distance of the... I don't think this is like advanced enough to actually have like stores at the border. Technically, I guess it simulates all vehicles driving across and getting stuff and coming back. It's not like a shopping center. Free duty shops, yeah. I don't think it is trying to do that. Bring them back to the main bus stop, so that they may trickle into the university, making sure we have enough workers in here. I mean, that's technically the job of the worker, the labor hall. Well, I'm waiting on the secret police because that'll be necessary to set everything up the way I want it. No more people here, please. Get everyone out of the bus stop. not a lot of space here for construction offices. I don't want to do terraforming too much. So this main road, if we have a road going across here, this road could either go this way, or it could turn right, or it could do both, I guess. Power plant isn't available in this area? It is. You have a coal power plant. A small one. 5 megawatts of power. Oh, it's got upgraded to 10 megawatts, I think. I thought it was 5 megawatts. Maybe it was 10. I'm pretty sure it has less than that. No, 10 megawatts, I guess. I kept it at 5 megawatts because, well, when it goes to under maintenance and then it produces 70%, it drops down to 7 megawatts. And then you don't want to be over capacity. Do you know the hand get around getting a road up a steep way? Yes. I'm also trying to draw things pretty. Do you know the handy way to flatten a lot of land very quickly? Even with like a single excavator. You take an airfield or runway or taxiway. We have an excavator, or now in this version unemployed people. You make sure it's yellow and you do this. And it just flattens a mountain extremely quickly. I'm not going to do that completely here, but as an example. Just need to make sure you can actually place it, because if it's too steep then it doesn't work. And if you have an excavator, it's like really quick. And if you have like, it doesn't go through water, so if you want to flatten like water, you have to like put it near the edge and then slowly guide it towards it and shift it ever so often. There's a little bit of like fiddliness to it because obviously it's not intended. But you can flatten whole mountains that way. Hello Hailstorm. Welcome. They remove click flattening? No. Beautiful. Waste pipe outtake is difficult to place most of the time. Not really. You just need to realize that it can't be too low. So if you try to place it here, it will not work most of the time.
it'll tell you that it doesn't want to be placed. So what you need to do is like raise this up, which I can't do because I'm too far from a settlement right now. Or just find an area that's like higher up, like this one. So here it can be placed because it needs, like, it can't be on the same level of water. It needs to be like 1 meter higher. So this is just too flat for it. It doesn't like that. So you either bring the terrain higher up, you bring the water in further, but this needs to be steeper. This might be fine here. I think this is ideal. I think this will work well. Still just a very small area, but yeah, you can make it better. So like this, if it's just this strip of land, it's not enough. It needs to be like on this level, I think. The second line above water. Then it'll work. I don't know why they haven't added hydro dams yet. Well, because the water isn't really flowing, it just exists. It's not city skylines with like water physics. Missing staff. Now we're running into the issue of not enough workers in the area for the party HQ, so research is slow. I also stopped bringing in foreign workers, so we're trying to balance everything with our own workers right now. Still bringing foreign workers to that fire station, but I think I'll also stop that. And the heating plant. So I guess I don't think they get used in the labor hall, but drop them off one last time at the labor hall and then go to the depot. This doesn't have waste storages yet. Everything else does. This one is basically just waiting for the secret police. So I can plan it. Can't believe I built this one crooked. Well, I mean, the heating plant was supposed to be temporary, so we can only really build a large heating plant once we have trains, because I can't supply enough coal with just horses. I don't trust the customs house that much. All these people who want to go to church if they never added them. You do have churches on pre-populated maps, but as a government who is anti-religion, you're not really allowed to build them now. You can build attraction buildings to try and deal with the demand for religion, for praying. They will go to an attraction building instead. Wish you could build rivers in the game? You can. Just dig down deep enough with an excavator. You can make your own canals. Okay. We might not actually have enough workers to actually run the heating for our republic, which is a concern. I'm gonna send the horse carriages out again, because this is not good. I don't need to lose all of my people right now due to a heating crisis, so I'll make sure that the heating is running. Since our workers don't seem to want to work here reliably. And now they do, all of a sudden. Now they're like, oh, it's getting cold. Churches will reduce loyalty, right? No, it'll just increase religion sympathy, which means they want it more and more. And then if they don't get it anymore, like if they migrate to an area without a church, at that point it'll be a problem. I don't think it reduces loyalty. I'm not sure. I have never really worked with a church or a cathedral in the game. Can't see stuff using ships if there's no water leading outside the border. Yes, if there's no... I mean, that's like trying to play the Switzerland map, if there was one, or the Austria map, and demanding to use ships. If your surrounding nations don't have a coastal connection towards you, then I guess you're kinda out of luck. You're not allowed to dig in foreign territories. Must admit I did buy some Western trucks and tractors because they were better and faster at farming. Well, I guess we'll allow it. I guess it'll be allowed for now. Now they're sending workers here, all of a sudden. Now that I restarted the horse carriages. I'll keep the horse carriages running. I think it's safer. Make sure that the heating stays on. We'll stop bringing them to the labor pickup hall. And it's mainly for the heating plant. So we only need like 50%. On our western border we don't have anything right now, except a cement train car, which without trains, not really that useful. So that demand for unable to visit a church or place of spirituality, you can solve that with an attraction building or two. They do not revisit the same attraction building twice in a long time, but at least it stops like this from growing out of control. So if we were to provide an attraction building here, I guess an auto scooter might be a bit early, but just a small carousel for the orphans. Near the orphans. I'll provide an attraction building for everyone to visit. And most of the people will take that offer on right away, but then they want something different. Another good one is the Gallery of the Art, because it's quite small. At least the modern one is. This one is a bit more wide. Provide that, and people will visit that to try and deal with their demand for religion, I guess. Trains are only good for selling goods or getting brought goods from one place to another quicker. They're also good for hauling large volumes of resources if you're stuck with horses. that can only bring you like 600 kilograms of food. Try to build a settlement like inside the map with that kind of like load capacity without trains. We're not going to be able to transport food quickly enough to actually build another settlement further from the border. Trains are really good at, yes, moving large quantities of goods. It doesn't have to be quicker, it just has to be a lot of it. Need Pony Express then, I guess. I'm so worried that we're gonna run out of food. I have like 6 horses just transporting food and clothing. So yeah, I think the next point we'll have to go to distribution offices maybe. I think I need like some sort of export, maybe lumber. I guess we'll wait what the lumber actually looks like. So far the price is going up rather quickly. Is it possible to purchase blueprints for Western vehicles? Yes, you can purchase any blueprint. That reminds me, I still have to set up like horse cart and horse production. Breed my own horses and make my own horse carts. I don't know if we could sell horse carts, I guess. I would have to pay a point for probably importing steel, and maybe one for importing fabric. I mean, if I just make them for me, for the nation itself, domestically, then I wouldn't need to pay a point, I guess. It's making a shitload of bricks at one point. Even had 2 factories making them enough to supply 2 trains, yeah. I mean, you get like more bricks out of coal, so capacity-wise it's easier to export coal than it is to export bricks. But of course you make more money with bricks. Unless you overdo the export, I guess. Yeah, that traction building is only going to be useful next year, probably. I don't think they'll finish building it this year. Actually, no, it doesn't need that much more. But it will be cold at the end of October. I guess we'll see. I don't know why you need coal for bricks. Burning the clay, I guess. Like hardening. Firing them. Since there's no earth resource, it's kind of implicit, and we just pay for the coal to fire them. I really need more workers here. Get some regular migrants. They need to run the staff slots for the university, please. This is atrociously slow without them. Got 2 more highly educated people with that, only 8 regular. But that should help, hopefully. Can find coal without research at the university, get by coal mine and just running it over the place. Yes. But it requires a large amount of workers. And you need to get the workers to the coal mine. Which in our case would probably be done by cableway cars from a larger settlement. And then the coal transported by cableway cars to where it needs to be, because carrying it by horse cart would be a pain. Ideally we might find like a coal mine somewhere next to a larger river, and then we could like export it by a river barge. I would have to find one first. I guess we can take a cursory glance. I mean, maybe there's some oil nearby. A single pump check with... oh. Ah, that one is something different. Single pump check would work. What you can also do is like do this whole thing, and then it still shows the quality of source inside the tooltip. Allows you to like browse very quickly, see if you find anything. Oh, there's some oil. Next to the western border apparently. And some up here too. Nothing near the east, I guess. Oh, there's some. There's oil in them hills. Would be coal in the south, where Krakow would be. There's coal. Anything closer towards us, because I'm not going to build down there. I mean, I guess we could set up a dedicated settlement, but I don't see any other coal. Oh, there's some coal on the east. And also in the southwest. So next to the hills we have coal. Maybe we can build like a train line and then start a settlement from the south. Just runs like a coal mine. It basically runs a fire station, and then we bring workers from like the north up down to the coal mine instead. Shame you can't convert dollars into what you're using and back when you need it. Well, you can buy resources at the western border and sell them at the eastern border, normally. So what we could be doing is setting up a transport route from this customs house to the closest one there is, over here. And just buying something like aluminium or... and trading all the money away. There's still some loss to it, of course, because buying is more expensive than selling, so if you do it back and forth all the time you just lose money. But it's a way to convert money into the other resource. This is going to take a while. All these traffic signs in the way. Yeah, let's not do that. Unload workers with a regular education and then anyone. Because we want to make sure that the university slots are filled first. And we'll send out one vehicle again. I'm sorry, were you getting repaired? No, you weren't. Okay, they're still getting some use out of it, but it's getting too cold now. That'll hopefully deal with their demand for religion sympathy next year. So people walking here, trying to look for a place to pray, will instead convert that to an attraction demand and then fulfill that. Coal price increasing, sure. 20 days. It's a very short amount of time. So our heating plant is already below 40 tons, which doesn't really bode well for winter. I wonder if it's just a delay because of the traffic layout. Doesn't seem to be using it up that quickly. Also, I guess there's not that many workers in here right now. I did set up the passenger line again. Yeah, I think it's whenever the horse needs to eat. The heating plant drops a little bit. I might have to assign 2 horse carriages. I mean, I have the distribution office assigned. Once the heating plant drops below 50%, they would also start delivering directly to it. Should be alright. I guess it's gonna be the first winter. First proper winter. Death of a child. Could have been an orphan. Not yet. We'll set up the secret police. Make sure it has enough workers. Then work on the loyalty of the orphanage. Make sure we get enough workers with a regular education to sustain the orphanage. And then we'll work on highly educated orphans. Because we can have anyone working in the university. The only important loyalty we need is the loyalty inside the orphanage itself. Which kind of means I need like an orphanage that isn't connected to the university. So we need like an orphanage somewhere here. Later on. Right now it's fine. Because we need the very loyal orphans to actually staff the school, for example. Because then they'll bring the loyalty up of everyone. They don't need to necessarily work in the university. The school is more important, I think. Hopefully that research finishes soon. I wonder if it's possible to do this somehow without a secret police. So you could start it right away without anything. Might need some weird setup. And then you might have to luck out with like the loyalties situation. Because we can get migrants to work in the orphanage and it does boost the loyalty. It might actually work. But currently the orphanage is set up in a way where also our own people would work in it, so it would not necessarily work. Three of our 6 horse carts dealing with supplying our citizens are currently busy. I think we'll have a big Lenin at the back of the museum. So no one can say, I have to look at the back of a statue all day. And then there'll be more houses around this. So we'll build that up for now. Should provide a decent boost to loyalty. Come on guys, do research. Okay, I think now we can stop this line. And instead tell the overflow to maybe go to the heating plant? It's also quite close. Aren't they supposed to have a self-heating system? No. Government-built housing does not have self-heating. I mean, the the fire station doesn't need heating, but all the residential buildings and service buildings need heating. No self-heating. How are the horses? They're doing well. We're now maintaining them, so we shouldn't be losing them anytime soon. They're quite cheap to repair. Really, really cheap. Horse maintenance center. Horse veterinary and carpenter's workshop. Snow indeed. I think I want to move the technical services again. The waste pickup. I'll move it over here for now. That's way too close to the heating plant. I need to flip the entrance around. I guess I could do this too. This is not connected to the road. It just looked like it was. We'll do this. Whole snow plowing. I'm not doing any snow plowing now. There's also no horse snow plow. We're setting up gravel roads so they can ride at max speed during winter as well. So don't need snow plows. Oh. One thing I need to set up is for my ambulances to go at max speed. And the fire trucks, the fire horse wagons. Kinda important. $236 people now. Means I got another research point, because we have a settlement with at least 200 people and local food supply. And the settlement isn't dying. So we get one free tech point, one from settlements. 2 total. 1 is used, secret police. Now we could save this one up on exporting clothing, importing fabric, or I could spend it right now and do a logging camp. When you were only to use horses, you could have run without ever needing oil. Yes, right now we have no need for oil. Which is glorious, because now I don't care about the fuel price anymore. I'm not sure if the wood price is going to keep rising. I hope it does. I mean, our vehicles are mostly made up of wood, right? Okay, they're maybe mainly made up of crops, I guess. Oh my god, this heating plant is going through the coal. Does not keep up with the supply. Is it gonna last through winter? But man, this might need 2 horse carts. If you don't plan on producing any chemicals or bitumen, then yes. Right. Chemicals and bitumen and plastic. Actually, some work for our concrete mixers. How much do horses sell for? I don't know about new vehicles, because I have to pay money to get rid of them, but like I think 200-ish rubles maybe? Look at this guy Twitch chatting on the second Christmas day. Hello, Decipher. Welcome. Don't worry. On Sunday I won't be streaming probably. Unless maybe very late. Sunday is gonna be fun, I think. Or at least it's gonna be educational and interesting. I'm officially done with Grimace. Okay. Congrats, I guess? Where are the concrete mixers? Oh, Christmas. Right. Only 363 days until Christmas. No, let's not do that. Not having to sell electronics for 60 years in game is gonna be nice, I think. Two-thirds done. Sheesh. After that we're gonna shut the university down until we need it, I think. Put the secret police first. Okay, the amount of heating here is not that great. We need more people. We also need to send people to the heating plant from that bus stop, please. Actually, just send them over to the other bus stop. We'll manage things from the other one. Okay, that's better. Just chilling, waiting for the research to get done. Everything else seems stable-ish. Loyalty is not looking good, as expected. Several people complaining about being unable to visit a doctor. We might have run out of highly educated people here. That's 13. Should be enough. Well, should be. Clearly isn't. We have to be really, really careful with population growth. I think the next thing is going to be like extending our reach a bit. I don't know if I want to have the forestry. I mean, I want to have the forestry area next to the customs house to be efficient. But I think more realistically it would be somewhere here, and then a lot of horses would just carry it to the customs house. Which I don't know if that makes sense. In our current situation, we're spending a lot of money. Also need to make a horse feeder inside the city. Shouldn't build anything here because of the train tracks. More money, more honey. We're not playing Clan Folk right now. Set up the secret police, and then we'll have to open up the orphanage and see if we get any visitors. Loyalty requirement of the university. Once the orphanage is running, the loyalty requirement of the university doesn't matter. But the one in the school matters. Because that's the way how we get people to run the orphanage for us. With enough loyalty. This building basically needs a loyalty requirement set of 50% or higher to make sure that the orphanage keeps running well. I guess I need more buildings here. How many free flats do we still have? Plenty. I guess the construction offices could be assigned to the labor pickup hall for workers now. So we don't get any foreign construction workers anymore. It's gonna save us a bit of money. Also means that all the foreign workers are going to be left at the customs house and we're picking up all the highly educated ones and some regular education ones. And they can help in the university. On average they should have somewhat high loyalty, but apparently not always. Why does it stop that? So coal went down below 30 tons during winter. This is draining a lot of coal. Not from the storage itself. But yeah, we're just not filling it up fast enough. What's on Sunday? I'm visiting a gun range. And then afternoon, evening I have a race. And then maybe after the race I come back with like Euro Truck, but I don't know. Depends on how I feel after the whole day, I guess. And then on Monday I will go shopping and hopefully everyone else went on Saturday. That's a sweet Sunday. I hope so. It might also be that it's completely not for me anymore. I'm not really interested in shooting the guns. I'm mostly interested in like operating them, like. But I don't know if they will let me do that, like loading, racking the slide, like putting this, like the safety, etc. Just correct handling of the firearms, like kind of what like interests me. Different types of firearms. We'll see what they have. But yeah, it might just be way too loud. Or the recoil might be way too high. I'm planning... Hope they have a M134. Is that like a rocket launcher? Oh no, it's a minigun. Close enough. If they have a civilian minigun, I would be very impressed. Which rocket launcher was I thinking of? The M142, sorry. Obviously, easy mistake to make. 134, 142. Yeah, I don't think they have an... no, that's not the rocket launcher I was thinking of. That's a truck-mounted rocket launcher. But there was one. I mean, the M72 is like the default one, but I was thinking of, I think, a different one. It doesn't matter. I'm not going to look up rocket launchers right now. MK67, wasn't that the grenade launcher? The automatic one. Or hand grenade. I mean, if they have any explosive weaponry on the German gun range, I might have to actually report them, I guess. Where are you going? You're going all the way around? What the hell? What are you doing? Why aren't you just like leaving and then entering from this side? So stupid. Can you drift in this game? No, but you can hill climb. Report them, so Soviet of you. IRL bug reporting. Well, it would be exploiting, I guess. You can make very funky hill climb tracks. And drive them with a Trabant, I guess. Recreate Nordschleife. Oh god, that would be so painful. Come on, do the research. Another 19%. Sports enjoyment is dropping over winter. We'll probably need that indoor pool soon. But with that few people, it doesn't really make sense to get it, I don't think. I'll probably build a gallery of the art. Once we have like 1,000 people or so. But right now the priority is on getting the loyalty set up. And making sure nothing dies. Without any warning messages. Okay, the coal supply seems to work, with the distribution office helping with the heating plant, I guess. It's not ideal. There's another 4.5% loyalty across the whole map. Wonder if they had plow horses before plow trucks. Probably right. I mean, they probably have a cart that horses would have pushed, but I don't think they would have had that for normal roads. I assume they would have had something like that for special circumstances. Even on dirt snowed in, they can still go 15 kilometers an hour. So, should be fine, yeah. I thought they were slower on dirt. %. Nothing else to build right now. We're just waiting out the population growth, see if we go through winter safely. Add a couple highly educated workers here and there to make sure that the healthcare keeps on running. And then set up the loyalty loop. Looks like they had rollers horses would pull to stamp down the snow. Ah, okay. I see. First snowplows were horse-drawn wedge plows made of wood. The earliest reference found by the Oxford English Dictionary was written in 1792 in a description of New Hampshire. Square bracket, open, 6, square bracket, closed. Thank you for that reference. Yeah, I think I need to have one building here that maintains highly educated workers nearby. Just to make sure that the healthcare system keeps on running. I mean, I guess they can walk from here to work in the clinic. It's kind of far. So we got one more research point. I could spend it on education for most loyal citizens. That would lock in the loyalty, I think, quite well. At that point we could also allow anyone to go to the university and not just the orphans. But I'm going to try it this way because that way I think I get the most loyal people to only be highly educated. And they have to work in the school and push everyone else's loyalty up to at least over 50%. And then we might set up the settlement to only allow people with loyalty over 50% to move in. There can be some houses that allow any loyalty, like this one, so people working in the heating plant, in the grocer, etc. I mean, in the beginning, when the settlement isn't even fully filled, it doesn't really matter. But I am kind of planning on that. The secret police will be built here. I hope there's enough room. Should be. I'll be supplied by the same house for highly educated workers. And yeah, we'll see if everything works. Maybe it'll be built somewhere else, because if I build it here, only this house can ever bring workers to it. But I guess that's kind of what I wanted. Yeah, no, it makes sense. The people with the lower loyalty can work in the secret police, and the higher loyalty people can continue working in the university and or school. Mainly school. So this one will have to have a loyalty setting of like 60%. The university can have one of like 30%, and then or like 40, and then the secret police maybe 10 or 20. And anyone who has less loyalty than that has to go to the worker hall, I guess. I could have one horse carriage picking up workers from the labor hall and driving them to the heating plant. And that way we should be able to stop with the foreign workers now for that purpose as well. Wait. Wrong depot. You can carry 12. At most you're like supposed to load like 50%. 6, which is 1 extra for the heating plant. I'll drop it down to 40%. I guess the labor hall will always have enough workers. I don't think I need to do the weird loading command here. We'll just do it one loading command. And then we'll wait until these workers have run out. Go anywhere, find a workplace. When you head back, you will unload the workers back into the labor hall, please. And only load 40% again. I hope this will work well enough. We have to do with the carriage with the horse and the carriage feeding every now and then. But this is only like to make sure that there's workers coming in there every now and then if they don't walk there fast enough. They do have a footpath here from the residential buildings, which should help. Less than 5% on the research left. Is the money going up or down? It's going down, because I don't have any income yet. I'm just spending very little, so we have time. For workers, guess we'll set it to 45% then. Come on and finish the research. Let's watch the progress bar go up. Building the house should hopefully not take too long. It's gonna be a small secret police. There will actually be horses riding in the secret police. We're not gonna put passenger carriages in there. Like, not these things. There's gonna be just individual horses without any carriages in there. So the secret police is gonna ride around to other buildings and install monitoring equipment. We're gonna use parrots. Sorry, I closed the progress bar. So this will serve as an attraction building again. Should deal with the religion sympathy a bit, but mainly it's gonna help alleviate the demand for praying. Only one professor, yeah. There's 12 in here. They just come and go in waves, I guess. So now we have 5. And 3 professors as staff. Like they just pick the worst, like the worst setup for working here. It's almost done. It's like a really small, quaint settlement. I did go for medium density housing, so it's not really widely spread out. But it's supposed to be a larger settlement, and this is like kind of the core again. Well, maybe not the settlement core directly, because it only has a grocer, but it's like the main road going through the settlement in that direction. And I'm not sure if there's going to be 2 or 1 lanes going this way. I mean, maybe 2 lanes, and then it splits up into 1 going down here. There's a lake. Can't do fishing. So, to prove the point, let's see. Do we have anyone here who wants to pray? You. After you've gotten food, you might pick the attraction building, or you might not, depending on if you've already used it this time. You have already used it, so you're not picking it. But if we find someone who wants to pray, they might decide to actually walk to the attraction building, like this person, which it is doing. And the pray demand is going to get converted into an attraction demand that they can then satisfy. But like I said, they don't repeat that one day in, day out. So you need a variety of attraction buildings if you want to deal with all of the demand for praying. But it helps to have like 1 or 2. Should get the happiness stabilized. Half a percent. Single professor, no staff. Okay, now we have 1 each. Gonna make it very dramatic. We're not going to research anything after this. I could go towards the distribution offices, but no, the goal is to get the loyalty stabilized while it's still reasonably high. Secure police research is done. Let's build a small one. Should be able to build it here. No confetti. We don't do that here. Set it up here, I guess? What if we build it here? Nah, it's just a footpath in the way. This will have to do, I guess. Sure. Once this is in place, we'll have to set up all the values. Bring in the orphanage into play. But the main goal is to make sure that people with a 50% loyalty work in the school right now. Doesn't have to be orphans right now, but the orphans can be gotten to 100% loyalty. Oh, look at that! We got a passenger car, an actual vehicle unlock. 1903. I thought that one became available like 1914 or something. I guess not. Motor wagon. 1903. Now we just need to wait for like track builders, like the disassembled track builders, I guess, which are going to take until 1919. It's going to be a while longer. Oh, game crash? Game crash. I'm not sure why, but game crash apparently. The game was like, you can't look at trains, they're not available yet. Very sad. Right on the autosave again, it looks like. Okay. I wonder if they're going to use this dirt footpath for the construction vehicles, or if they prefer the road. So much sewage. I wonder if this creates pollution right now. I don't think it does. It's not overflowing. I want to build a sewage pipe right now. That would be a bit of a waste. So we got 15 free construction offices times 4. That means that's 60 vehicles. And we got horse construction offices that can hold 8. So with 8 we can hold 64 vehicles. Means we would need 8 horse construction offices to locate all of the vehicles in. Yeah, without a train I don't think we would be able to manage even this heating plant at full capacity. Might actually have to have another residential building here to provide regular workers for the secret. No, the secret police doesn't need regular workers. That's just a normal police. But I was thinking maybe the university as well. Have regular workers walk in there. I thought the labor pickup hall would deal with that, but now we're taking all those workers away for working in the heating plant, I guess. We don't know their loyalty yet, so if there's any orphans here, they would probably suffer quite heavily on losing loyalty, which will hopefully change once we have the secret police. If we don't have enough loyal workers, then we'll have to get some migrants. And I guess we could get it started with just not highly educated workers, but regular migrants. We just need those with enough loyalty to get working. Currently, it's slightly below 50% loyalty, but it is dropping our loyalty. Okay, now someone really disloyal walked into the orphanage. Yeah, let's start getting some orphans. Saving the people, the children of whose parents are dying early. 56% loyalty for that child. Good thing we saved her. Paltapeva. Now we don't have enough tutors. So now the orphan is gonna get really disloyal and criminal. Great. Exactly what I wanted. You go work here in the orphanage. Now we have someone in the orphanage working that is really, really loyal, because now we're gaining 2%. And now we dumped a bunch of other workers in here and the loyalty is suddenly dropped. We need the secret police quickly. I think we still have enough loyal people in the settlement, but we need to filter them out. I'm going to tell the horse carriages that they can pick up workers again from the customs house, I think. I want to build this quickly. So yeah, this is like a really, really small settlement, less than 300 people. Even less workers, like we got less than 200 workers right now, 152. We got capacity for 250 with 5 of these buildings. With that small amount of workers, we should be able to have a pretty big impact on loyalty if the setup works. And then that might propagate. Because if we get loyal orphans to run our education system, everyone educated will be more loyal as a result, which will then do all of the other jobs more efficiently. It won't stop crime, but if we have a police station at some point, and we decide to build a giant prison, then that will also work more efficiently as a result of that. And the prison can also serve as another source of loyalty, because we can run the propaganda in that one as well. So we would have two avenues to boost our loyalty. The orphanage. 3 avenues actually. The orphanage, public school, and the prison. The prison by itself doesn't really work that well, but you need to get the stragglers. Once they become criminal, you turn them non-criminal, and they get released with a significantly higher loyalty than they started with. But that only works if you have really high loyalty to begin with, and you need to run propaganda a lot, because once they get imprisoned they also lose a bunch of loyalty. Depending on the sentence length, that loyalty loss is higher and higher, the higher the sentence is. I thought I clicked the injured person. No. You're getting treated right now. Good. Technically the horse carriage route doesn't need to run in summer when the heating plant is closed down anyway. But I guess it doesn't matter. I also wanted to build a waste storage here. I kind of forgot about that. I waited all this time to plan the waste storage with the secret police. I'm glad I didn't build it here, I guess, but we'll probably have the waste storage on that side and bring the footpath around. So smooth footpath around here. Should be fairly straight. It's perfectly straight. Hopefully that'll cover all of the houses. If not, I'll put another waste storage next to this building. Oh, everything is covered. Good. Yeah, the biggest fleet in our possession will be the construction vehicles, and they have to be close enough to the repair station where the repair vehicles don't have to travel far to get to them. So we'll probably have either have the construction offices in a group around here. I don't think I'll be able to build them all next to the repair station. I'll just make sure the repair station can cross the road and lead to an area for the construction offices. I don't know if the whole construction offices can burn down. The feeding stations don't seem to be able to do that. How far are you apart for repairs? You're at 10%. You're at 0%. Okay, that's perfect. Once one of the fire carts gets to repair, the other one's going to be at 10%, and they can flip-flop and basically not get repaired at the same time. Groundwork is done. Bunch of bricks, some steel. Everyone's busy. So the secret police will have to visit 5 buildings, the 5 houses, so I don't think we need a lot of them for the moment. Loyalty has dropped quite a bit. Wait a minute. No, you should all be able to drink alcohol. It should be accessible from all residential buildings. There's no footpath blocking here. The students living in this building are also going to get the perfect education, I guess. So there will be some highly educated people going through. Can't block all of them, but the majority will be left for the orphans. We need to get the loyalty boosting started. Right now it's holding, but only barely. Always depends on which workers go into the orphanage. It's not the volume that matters. You need to have enough workers, sure, but it is the loyalty of the workers in the orphanage that matters. Okay, now it's insufficient. Now it's affecting everything. But now we have a bunch of disloyal workers in here, so now we have a significant loyalty drop for the orphans. Need to get that fixed. And yeah, maybe another residential building here. Just the regular workers for the university. And they are using the road, not the dirt footpath, which is fine. Just as nature intended. You can't keep saying it. Doesn't make any sense. You can't keep doing this. Just like, where's your like book on like proving the theorem that nature intended me to build a secret police exactly like that? That's what I thought. It's quite close to the heating plant. Could suffer from pollution. But it just means we kill off the people that become disloyal over time and fill them with fresh ones. It might be too close. This might be too close to the heating plant. It will be a good location for once the heating plant is moved, I guess. Nature's chaos, just like your building style. This is actually very organized. I'm not using as many curves as I usually do. It looks like an old school settlement with like just everything everywhere and like footpaths around each building. But I still believe as a city core it's gonna look nice. Where would I put the residential building then? I guess over here, and then with exits like footpaths leading into the the area. I guess that would work. But then also all the university students would walk in there. No, I think that's kind of like a task for the labor hall. Oh, you're not picking up any workers when the heating plant doesn't need any. I guess that's useful. Four more deliveries of bricks. Bunch of construction workers, and then we'll have our building. Why are you not bringing any workers right now? You're thinking you're already bringing enough, I guess. I mean, you are bringing 4 horse carriages. Last brick delivery. And a couple workers. Now, when you get 1 horse of each color, they are going to serve in the secret police. Excellent. Oh, it only has room for 3. Oh well. Then I guess one of the horses can't serve. Beautiful. And now we learn the loyalty of our citizens. And that means we can actually run the loyalty requirements on the buildings. If everyone working in here has a loyalty of at least 50%, the loyalty boost from the propaganda actually does something. We'll have to visit all the houses first, so that it takes effect. And we need enough secret police workers to actually make sure we keep track of the loyalty of all of our citizens. But the loyalty is not bad. We might have enough workers without getting more migrants. We'll have to see. Now we need more secret police workers. No loyalty well, 15 is maybe too much, like 8. No loyalty requirement. If you have a higher education, you're allowed to work in the secret police. But you also have to live here, kind of. Okay, I'm gonna get more highly educated people to get this started proper now. We need a constant feed of highly educated workers to make sure this keeps on running. That's kind of why I was thinking maybe the secret police shouldn't be in this area, because well, the amount of highly educated workers we have is somewhat limited, but it'll probably be fine. Only 4 houses right now because the 5th one isn't even populated yet. Come on, fix the last couple workers. There's still some people with low loyalty here. We caught them out and they're not going to be allowed to work here anymore. Good. And now we have a positive loyalty loop. Now we're going to start boosting the loyalty of the orphans. At the end of each free time, the loyalty should go up by the percentage that the loyalty boost is at the moment. Hello, Kelly McGillrath. Welcome. So we're expecting the loyalty of Balta Beva to go up to 54% once the free time is over. Unless the orphanage flickers to less than 1% during that time, then it might not be as much. We'll see. Went up to 54. It was enough. And that'll keep going for the whole time that they stay in the orphanage. There might be some loyalty drop for visiting the university because the teachers here are not as loyal. But it should still be fine. I guess we can require higher loyalty to also keep boosting that for regular visitors. I don't need that many party officials, but I need enough to run it. Let's do 55%. And yeah, 60% in the school. Like this one is going to also boost the loyalty up to 60% for anyone visiting this. So this should now affect any student visiting the school positively. So we got 45% here, loyalty. I think it affects it every time they get an education tick. 47%. So this is like the positive loyalty loop that we're talking about. We do need the prefer students according to education checkbox because I think if they wait on the school year, they don't get the positive loyalty tick. They actually tick down. So I want them to like go through the education system in one go. Whenever like the ones that are waiting on the school year, they can wait there until it's their turn, and then we boost them through the education afterwards. Most of the people in the settlement are not going to university. That is going to be somewhat restricted. You live in the orphanage, so during your stay in the orphanage until you turn 21, your loyalty is still going to be boosted. You should be at over 50% once you like get released up from there. I need to allow some highly educated workers to move into a building, otherwise we might run out of spaces for them to move into because I filled up the houses. Okay, I think we're on the right path now. As long as we have enough loyal teachers to actually educate people in the school, we should be fine. That is like the main goal. And at some point we'll have orphans graduating from university with 100% loyalty, and then they will work in the school, for example. And then it should pull up everyone. Don't burn down my highly educated workers right now, thank you. Okay, pretty good. The people with somewhat low loyalty can work in the secret police, that's fine. Until we like push everyone over 50%. And now we wait until we hopefully get a positive loyalty spiral going up into the over 50s, ideally 60s or even higher. One thing I don't like is, say you want to get rid of a truck, you can only scrap it by selling it, not by breaking it down into its components. You can break it down into components if you build a scrapyard and set the checkbox, the tiny checkbox for salvage components from it. Or you can put it onto a train and sell it at the customs house again as a used vehicle. You need to have waste enabled, and then it's under waste called scrapyard. Scrapping facility small or large if you want to do that with trains as well, or helicopters or aircraft. You build that up. By default it's on a mode where it scraps it into just mixed waste, which you can then bring to a waste separation facility. But it also has a checkbox for scrapping it for useful components. And then you get steel components and metal scrap out of it. Takes longer though. But that's an early way to get useful components out of vehicles. The older the vehicle is you're scrapping, the less steel and components you get out of it, and the more metal scrap and mixed waste you get instead. But the amount of steel and or metal scrap should always be somewhat close together. And then theoretically you could smelt the metal scrap back into steel. Because a lot of metal scrap will be in that mixed waste that has to be sifted through a general waste separation or scrap metal separation facility. I'm gonna set these horses to maximum speed as well, because why not? They're not riding that often. If they need to install monitoring equipment, they have to go fast. 50% loyalty, school time. At the end of this should be probably 51% if we get a tick for the education. But regardless, you would be allowed to work in the orphanage at that loyalty level. Which is what we need. We need students to finish here, pupils to finish with more than 50% loyalty, so we can maintain the orphanage at a positive loyalty rate to get the loyalty boost for the future highly educated workers. Seems to be working. We got someone with a higher education. Still going through free time, should still get the loyalty boost every time the free time ends. So they'll be hopefully released with more than the required amount of loyalty. Was only half a percent on loyalty right now because there were not enough very loyal people, or we are running out of tutors, I guess. And get too many orphans. That will be a problem very soon. That there's not enough tutors here. I need to tell this building that the orphanage has the highest priority. Then the grocer. Then the football field, and then other buildings. If you have loyal people, send them to the orphanage. They need to work here and boost the loyalty of everyone involved. That is the highest priority right now. And yeah, everyone in the orphanage can get a university education. That's the only people that have a direct walking access to the university right now. Which means that the people with the highest loyalty are the ones that get the university education. And hopefully it's enough people to actually bring our work account for highly educated people up high enough. The main building that they need to work in is the school, because that's like the initial building to get things started. The school provides the highly educated, the highly loyal people for the orphanage. The orphanage makes the people so loyal that a loyalty drop in the university is not as bad. I guess I do need the people... I do need another building next to the school to reserve that for very loyal, highly educated people. Like 75% and higher, I'm thinking. Just to make sure that once the orphans grow up, they always have a place to move into, which is right next to the school. To share their experiences. I mean, right now we still have enough places. Loyalty of 69. Very nice. Shouldn't drop too much from visiting the university because the loyalty there is 60%. So drop down to 68, but we'll make that back up with the orphanage loyalty, I think. And over time I should be able to raise the loyalty requirement for the orphanage employees. But right now the amount of workers here is more important. Overall, the school is what is going to bring up the loyalty of everyone involved. These people will grow up, get a school education, but don't get a university education, which is fine. Once they turn 21, they'll have enough loyalty, hopefully, maybe, to run the orphanage. I'm going to bring up the worker count here a bit more, to 5. And here we need to make sure that the orphans basically get the education done as quickly as possible. Have enough room for them. If everyone in the city was allowed to go to the university, there would not be enough capacity, and that wouldn't be great. But right now we have a severely... Later on we'll have like a public university that anyone can go to, but not yet. Chaotic building style. I don't know what you mean. I'm leaving so much room for the windows to be free. I haven't really paid attention to that, but it's been such a mess of a building right now. I hope we will have a positive loyalty trend now. It should work. Not visible yet. We got one more boost of migrants. That's too early this year. So we got one more boost of migrants, pushing us up to 48% from 47. And now we're waiting for this to actually reap rewards. Uh-oh. Loyalty of orphans dropped down to 67. Might have had a really bad take with no workers present. Uh-oh, secret police. No, come on. Work there. I can't lose all of the information about everyone's work. Okay, I'm gonna change things. Secret police is more important. Secret police. 10. Then the school. Then the party HQ. We'll limit the workers in the secret police to 4. But it should try to fill that one up first. I was trying to go for the party HQ first because most loyal people should probably go here. Or like the school. But if the game is doing the whole like, now you don't have enough workers anymore and I'm gonna make you lose all your loyalty information. And then everyone can go work everywhere again. And it's gonna be horrendous. If we have people with like 75 or higher loyalty working in the orphanage, would be even greater of an effect. It should be self-feeding. I guess this should be like really high loyalty. That means we have very loyal workers in the orphanage and then in the grocery store, meaning loyal workers working in the grocery store means that they can feed a lot more people with fewer workers because they are going to be more productive. But the main purpose is the loyalty in the orphanage. Not enough workers right now. Okay, we're back. And you got a boost. Good. So yeah, the goal is to get the loyalty as high as possible. With as few people as possible. And then run a production of some sort. Maybe clothing. Or maybe like the distillery, but the distillery would require importing crops and water. Doesn't really work for us. Or the logging camp. How's the price for wood? Price for wood has dropped. Oh no. The oil price is going up. We could also run a waste incinerator, I guess, and import hazardous waste. That would be a decent profit. Hello Dampfersucht. Thank you very much for the follow. And welcome to the stream. So yeah, we're paying 500 rubles per month now to maintain this settlement. It's not very expensive. It's not a lot of people living here. The resources are quite cheap. A logging camp might actually be enough to like make the money back. How much would we have to export to make 500 rubles a month? 100 tons would be 458 rubles. The crazy oil price has begun. But we are not really relying on oil right now. The chemicals would be the only thing, I guess. And I guess fabric might also drive up the oil price or get driven up by the oil. But hopefully you are wrong. The price goes up and down. Yep. With the current price. If we start exporting wood, it would drive down the price a lot. I kind of want to try the logging. We could have a logging camp here that hooks up to the customs house. And we'll feed it with like a bunch of workers from this area. Well, one worker really. We could have 3 logging camps feeding into a small storage. I don't even know if we can like sell enough wood that way. Or if one logging camp is going to produce so much wood that we can't keep up. I think the logging camps now also have a footpath entrance. Yes, they do. Very handy. We'll set up a single one. And if it works well, we can attach a storage to it and more logging camps. I guess. Not sure if the fire truck would actually choose to run over the footpath to it, or if it will pick the road connection. What a weird way to hook up a footpath here. Isn't it way too close? I'm confused. What is this? That is weird. One worker produces 6 tons. One worker is enough to cut down everything. It's gonna be way faster than the trucks that, like the horse carriages that can keep up. I don't know what the idea with this footpath is. That was kind of stupid. Unless you're supposed to be able to build these with the footpath, which I don't think you are, because you need to have trucks in here. I don't know what the point of that footpath is. Give the trees time to grow. I don't want to overdo this, because I remember last time I built a lot of logging camps, I got sick of replanting trees manually all the time. And ideally I don't have to do that. We'll set up the road connection from the roundabout here. Somewhere along this path. Leading into this area instead of this weird contraption. Once the construction is done. And we'll have like a constant, we'll have a direct route exporting, no distribution offices. And make it so that they don't wait until fully loaded, but it's gonna be not too many horse carts. So there should always be an oversupply of logs, I guess. It's gonna be our first income, which I guess means that the first resource, the first research point for export is gonna be logs. Which means that 2 of them are now going to be used. And we can't research anything anymore. Thankfully that building is quite cheap. Even if it burns down, but hopefully it doesn't. It's a lot of orphans. I might need that extra building, just to make sure we have enough workers in the orphanage. Enough loyal workers in the orphanage too. I mean, there's room for 4 people to move in here. If they release from the orphanage with enough loyalty, could be good. 75% or higher loyalty is too much, 50% or higher is acceptable. Oh, you moved in. 66% loyalty. Cool. I kinda want you next to the orphanage though. I hope that doesn't drop your loyalty too much. No, loyalty is fine. Go work in the orphanage. Let's go. Average loyalty in this building is way too low. Not enough workers working in the orphanage anymore. Yeah, maybe university education is not the most important thing right now. The orphanage kind of is. We can lower the loyalty requirement here, I guess. Production display for the workers inside the logging camp is weird. Doesn't really reflect what is going on in the logging camp. Basically the workers run around and cut down a ton of trees, and then your actual throughput limit is the vehicles inside the building. And one worker is enough to cut down enough trees to supply enough logs for 3 U377 logging trucks to actually export everything. So it's definitely going to be enough to cut down all the trees for 3 horse carriages. And then probably 4 or 5 horse carriages doing the export. I should put a horse feeder here too. There's an empty distribution office here? You know what? We're copying the tasks over here, and then you will all move over there, so the covered horse carriages are all next to each other. I don't know what that one is. What that one was supposed to be. Anyway. Put some fuel in here, please. Like, we've been building this logging camp, and the price for last month barely went up. We're still operating on really like low quantities of resources. As long as we don't have a loyalty drop and majority of it is a loyalty boost, it'll be fine. We need to make sure that the orphans all grow up and are healthy. And yes, I'll drop the loyalty requirement here, just to make sure that they can all get a university education. because they need to work in the school. They need to move in here and work in the school if possible. 62% loyalty. Our first, like, probably our first university educated orphan that has grown up. And now they can work in the school until their loyalty drops too much, and then they stop, I guess. And then they keep working in the clinic, I guess. Still no noticeable gain. We need one orphan to get like to 100% loyalty, move into the building for the university and boost up other orphans. Or like even in the school, I guess. People who grow up with less than 50% loyalty can still work in other buildings, but the orphanage is kind of like... What is the main building right now? The school is the main building, because it provides loyalty to everyone. But the few orphans we push through the university are the people who are going to run the school. That's the loop. 72% loyalty, but you're 32 years old, so you were a migrant. But it should be self-sustaining now, I hope. Hello, Hank. Welcome. I'm gonna take a drink. I'm also gonna take a quick break. I want to stretch my legs. It's been 3.5 hours. I think I deserve this. I'll be back in less than 5 minutes, I think. Alright, I'm back. We'll see how much profit we can make with a single logging camp for the small settlement that we have. We can even use our existing construction vehicles to move them in the... Oh no. No, the logging vehicles are a different one. We can use our existing construction vehicles to then sell the wood, I guess. But the logging vehicles are a dedicated bunch. What's the image of the train there? Where? What train image? Oh, this one? Oh, that's early start DLC. That's because it's a DLC vehicle. So you have the icon for early start DLC, all the buildings from early start. You have the Ukrainian support DLC, you have the world DLC. It basically marks which DLC it is from. I'm gonna try the repair thing again. Differently this time, but I'm still gonna try it. So, crane, 15%, no materials needed. Go over here and get yourself repaired. See if it works. Hello Milchin. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome everyone. How was your Workers and Resources stream? Variety streaming robot. You're a robot? Hello. Well, let's narrate the same game for a change. That's something that makes a lot of sense if the same language is available. This game may be way too hard for me, honestly. It's very customizable. You could turn off some settings that you don't want. It's a game for people that enjoy the experience of learning, because even after hundreds of hours, I'm still learning stuff. Like, I recently figured out how to, on hard difficulty, get a positive loyalty spiral going without a TV or radio station, which I'm pretty happy about. But yeah, it's not a game where you like set up a settlement and look at it because it's pretty. You look at it and think like, wow, I made this and it's actually surviving. That's the kind of settlements we're building. Trying to get through the second campaign, it's taking several tries to get to bank. Yep. Bankruptcy is a real concern. Let's reuse the existing logging vehicles, I think. Also, let's redo the road connection like I said I would. surprised there's no driving school for trucks later on. They just guess that everyone knows how to drive. That's part of the school education, I bet. Basic education. Alright, let's sell some wood, I guess. It's gonna be our first profit. I'm not sure it's gonna be a profit for the Republic. But we'll see. I'll set 4 horse carriages onto it, I guess. Shadow told me yesterday that the vehicles are separate entirely from people. I don't know if that's actually the case, honestly. Vehicles don't need workers, otherwise you couldn't start your Republic. So the vehicles just exist, they don't need a driver, like in Captain of Industry, for example. That is true. You can have a Republic completely without your own citizens, for example. You could run just like a... You could run like a for-profit country that just runs oil fields, and you get foreign workers that run the fire stations and the maintenance of the existing buildings. It's possible. Is the early start DLC good? It makes the game more difficult. Gives you more options. They recently introduced horses, and you can start from 1920. You might remember how much your trucks can carry. A horse carriage can carry 1.1 tons of bricks, or 0.6 tons of food. We currently build a settlement with 355 people, and we're slowly getting towards the limit of what the horse carriages can do. But you don't, when you do the normal start, you also get vehicles, trucks, to actually do like proper transportation. But yes, it encourages more small-scale construction. And depending on if you play on realistic mode or not, the capacity of the vehicles will be quite important to you. So now I've set up a single logging camp to try and export some wood. We're making 5 rubles per cargo load. Isn't it beautiful? Just as nature intended. I probably need more horse carriages. But yeah, you can see that the workers here are cutting down trees fast enough. There's no trees left to currently cut down because the other ones haven't grown yet. But they cut all of it down already. Damn right it is, yeah. I don't want to export too much because it will drive down the price of the wood, I guess. So we'll see if this does us any good. It's not a sawmill. But I guess they are cutting down the trees into logs, so... We have 21-year-olds without their own flat, people that can't move in anywhere. Because they don't have enough loyalty, which is absolutely fine by me. We do have buildings that will allow any loyalty in, but there's 3 buildings that don't. But I guess right now I would like more workers, so I guess I'll let them move in. Unless they're 0 to 25% loyalty, then they are not going to move in. Or are they? They would create more population, they would have children which would go to school and have their loyalty increase. I don't know. That's fine, just bring them in. I'll turn that off afterwards. I don't think it's uneducated people, that would be weird. Everyone should have a school education. Yeah. Okay, last two people. You're gonna move in, or are you uneducated? I think you are just slow to move in. Alright. I mean, we also have to catch the loyal people. The loyal uneducated people. They also need to move in somewhere. Because all they need is a school education and then they would be able to work. We could set up a stone quarry somewhere and export quarried stone with our dumper wagons, I guess. Haven't seen any quarryable stone yet, though. Plus, we would also need another point, I guess. Nope. Maybe closer to the water. Nothing next to the water, apparently. So you're not getting repaired at all. Unfortunate, so it doesn't work. I thought maybe if it was directly in range and it doesn't have to send a vehicle, but nope, just doesn't work. Alright. Eight horse carriages might be too much, or it might just be good enough. We will find out once the trees have actually grown up. But now, right now there's a lot of wood here. And again, I'm not sure if the fire station is going to be able to put the fire out. It might be able to do it. Two, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13 construction officers. That's 40 plus 12, 52 horses that would need to be in proper construction offices. Man, the train tracks are gonna be something else. Once we unlock train tracks. I mean, we could build a rail construction office in preparation for it, but it's still 16 years away. So the building would need maintenance before we could actually use it. Any day now. It's so close, yeah. It's ridiculously close. Oh, why are there 24% loyalty people as tutors in here? That's not good. You're not supposed to be in here. Get out. How did you manage to get in here? start planning? No. Oh god, no. I need to relocate the construction offices first. I mean, the idea was to have a bridge here, right? And then the train tracks through this. Along the main road, maybe, coming out this hill. So, footpath, bridges across, and all that good stuff. This is 12 meters, this is 18 meters. I think we need to be at 21 meters to be safe to cross. So we'll set up a bridge on this height. That's actually too tall, I think. Was it? Maybe it was just 20 meters. Like, I think maybe we need to be higher than 7 meters. Let's go for 20. Terraforming with unemployed workers. If they ever manage to get like rail construction in with just workers that don't require train tracks, that would be amazing. %, loyalty, sure. I guess I could also build another house for any worker. But no, right now we're trying to push the loyalty up, so keep the population count to a minimum. I have 8 horse carriages assigned now. It's still taking ages to empty out this building. I think we'll be able to probably assign more, but let's not overdo it. I mean, technically, I guess the horses are still running around and collecting wood to bring into the woodcutting post. So I guess our carriages are exporting more than we're bringing into the building because it's not full anymore. I'll probably have to remove some of the carriages from the line. Once they start cutting down trees close to the building, it'll fill up faster, but yeah, I don't want this to run out of wood, I guess. And we'll see what happens to the wood price. Right now it's driving down again. If it drops much below the starting point, then yeah, it doesn't really work well for us. But we figured it out before investing too much money into it. And it's still going to be useful to have that logging camp, or any logging camp in the future, because we need boards to actually make our own horse carriages in the near future. %76% loyalty, let's go. Not old enough to go to the university yet, but soon. Free wood, yeah. And if we want to change our export from wood to something else, then, well, you know trade deals rules. We have to stop exporting for a year before we can change it. But I think 1904 is going to be our test year to see if we continue doing this or if we stop it. 5 rubles per horse carriage load, Jesus. 100 rubles this month so far. And then the export value went down apparently. Oh yeah, I guess because we exported something that cost us money, like sewage. So, not that profitable, yet. But it reduces our costs per month. And it gives something to do to the logging cards. Like, it's so bad. I mean, once we have a train, we can set up a dedicated logging area with a sawmill and maybe plan on exporting boards, producing boards, and using the area to fabricate horse carriages. Come on, loyalty. Oops, that was the wrong building. That was the wrong building. What were you doing? Oh. Customs house into meat delivery and steel and boards. Was that it? Oh, and the orphanage. I think I might just give up on the second campaign until I'm better at the game for now. It's too much. Oh yeah, the first campaign also required like some knowledge of the game. I think I haven't played the second campaign yet either. I've tried it, but I didn't feel like doing a campaign at the time, because you're like, it's basically like a list of checkpoints that you need to go through, and sometimes it might be too much, I guess. Just freeform building is challenging on its own. Is there an end date, or do you decide that? There's no end date. The game keeps on going. After some point there's not going to be any new vehicle unlocks. But it goes into 2000, I think. We have played to 2060 before. And had enough fun with that. Hello Machine, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Second campaign not having a way to continue from previous progress is just a pain. Free building might be a fun change, might try it off stream tomorrow. I mean, you could drop a save every time you achieve something. And then you have like a starting point again from every time you completed a milestone, I guess. But there's none that the game provides, no. Not a good thinking ahead. That makes for interesting builds. If you dive in blind into the game, it's all about like trying something. If it fails, trying to fix it. If that fails, the Republic never existed. And no one knows about it. Unless of course there's a... Still struggling getting my first city going on hard realistic mode. End up using all my money before I can get my first industry. Yeah. It depends on what scale you want to go for. You might be spending a lot of money on asphalt roads in the beginning. That is a pretty big expense that you don't usually realize. Or like even worse, like asphalt roads with street lights. So for 100 meters, you're spending 2/3 of a ton of electronics and 25 tons of asphalt. Which in resource costs means that electronics you're spending per 100 meters maybe 75 rubles on electronics per 100 meters. And then asphalt is going to be the bigger one, I think. That's going to be 260 rubles per 100 meters. That's not actually that bad. But it does add up, depending on how much infrastructure you build. If you build like 4 lanes of asphalt road leading from the customs house, can be quite bad. I think a custom game might be easier than the second campaign for me. Population being nearly 10,000 really quickly is daunting. Yep. First city had like 800 people living there. I don't know how you... What did you spend all the money on then? You must have built a lot of infrastructure to spend all of the money. Or you bought like a ton of construction vehicles to make it work quickly. That is another thing that you can delve deeply into. Buying a lot of machinery, and then you just spend a lot on machinery, and then you also have to maintain it, or you lose it. You have to buy replacement vehicles. Just put the expensive stuff down, not think twice about it. Ah. Well, yeah. Just the largest buildings. Migrants are also very expensive. Getting Soviet bloc migrants for 10 people is 1,350 rubles right now. And highly educated is 1,688 rubles. So clicking the migration button is quite expensive. Loyalty is dropping, I think, but that's mainly because of the 21-year-olds without their own flat driving down the numbers, I believe. At least I hope. Still want the overall loyalty of the Republic to go up. We need to be over 50%. I need more workers. I need to set up that next house. I'll set one up here for working in the school. Highly educated people. Probably gravel footpaths by now. Rushing university has probably been the dumbest thing I've done, like putting a house down and filling it with 50 educated migrants is probably the better part of 1 million rubles down the drain. Yeah, we've set up a university quite early. Getting your own source of highly educated workers is quite good. 50 educated migrants, that's 50,000 probably, maybe more. No, it's not 50,000, it's 10,000, 12,000, 15,000. Let's say 2,000 per 5 highly educated people, so 20,000. I mean, you can see where all the money went from the start of the game. You can see all your expenses. So we imported resources for 46,000. We imported vehicles for 26,000. Foreign manpower for 46,000. And migrant immigration for 31,000. That's our expenses right now. And we paid a little bit of money for exporting resources, but the wood is making up the export cost for wastewater and mixed waste over time. It's not going to make up the import cost, that's for sure. But with the big university as well, as I need to set up the construction offices earlier. Yep, big stuff is expensive. $16 tons of steel for a small technical university versus 50 tons. 23 tons of asphalt versus 100 tons, and so on and so on. But yeah, we started with 460 or 490,000, I think. Spent 151,000. A third of our money so far. Resources are very cheap. But we don't have any like real for-profit industry just yet. We got wood exports apparently, which are not going to be good enough. You're gonna go back to a construction office, I think. Too many carriages. The easiest, or like the simplest production chain to set up at the beginning for profit is a clothing factory. Just importing fabric and exporting clothing. It's also easy to calculate because you import 2 units of fabric to make 1 unit of clothing. So then you don't have to import clothing for your own citizens anymore. You just bring the excess to your own citizens and export the rest for profit. Make sure you have enough workers there to run the factory and make sure it is supplied with resources. You don't need any other like resources to run it. You will have to make sure that the mixed waste is carried away, but that's about it. If you start things with like fabric, you need to deal with hazardous waste and bring water to it and have chemicals. But the main issue with like doing fabric, for example, is that you need to import crops or like bring crops to it. And transporting 20 tons of crops per workday at maximum production is a lot more difficult than transporting 2.2 tons of fabric, which can be done by a truck easily. And for the fabric factory, you would need multiple trucks, for example. Same for like food factory and distillery. Another way to look at things is like, don't look at what is your best export, look at what is your most expensive import. And try and like think about if you can solve those. Like I can't deal with steel. I don't want to deal with bricks because that requires transporting a lot of coal. Clothing is the third one. Would be a lot of money saved. Was only 10 tons so far. We could easily outproduce that and make more profit. And then it's already food. Food price going up a lot. And then construction materials, crops as fuel for our vehicles, and so on. Why did we import mixed waste? I don't remember. We imported 20 tons of mixed waste. Weird. Can you eventually farm on this cold map? It's not a cold map. It's Poland. It's just winter right now. You can also farm on the Siberia map from the Biomes map DLC, but the yield will be reduced. You can also farm in Siberia. So yes, should be able to farm anywhere. Just on Siberia it's not really worth it. Unless the crop price goes really, really high. Speaking of crop price, what is the food price doing? That is like tied to the crop price. It went up slightly. I guess we're just growing our population and spending more on our population. My scenario maps have been green all year round, so I didn't even think about seasons. Seasons are difficulty settings, yeah. You can play on Asia maps from the Biomes DLC, those are always green year round too, they have no winter. But otherwise the summer-winter simulation is a difficulty setting. I would recommend when you play default maps want to play realistic difficulty to turn global events to normal. Because if you play global events to the highest setting, serious, you're gonna be susceptible to earthquakes. And they just they will destroy buildings from you. And it's gonna be painful. Also like a challenge mode setting, I would say. So if we were to draw a bridge here, train tracks should have no issue going underneath. Yeah. So that would work. Here maybe? Sort of. Or maybe this way. Okay. Sure. Somewhere like that. Would have a curved road leading up the hill. And then 2 train tracks going through here. Oh, that's funny. That is probably not intentional, but apparently you can draw train tracks under a planned bridge. Gonna write that down. But yeah, I would run like a train track underneath each of these, I guess. And then they could merge and like lead up the hill here. In the beginning it would probably only be a single train track anyway, to save on resources, but this would be a way to get access to this location. Maybe merging the tracks a little bit faster together. Somewhere like here. And then we would come around and go up to the customs house for like access to resources onto the rail network. And then we could supply that to further away. Putting down like maybe a storage room of warehouses somewhere around here, which could then supply like villages and maybe another town. I'm gonna have to find a way to actually bring the supplies out to other settlements. Okay, you are all currently not doing anything. I'm gonna send you to the depot for now. Well, a depot, I guess. Yeah, I need to move those construction vehicles off into their own building. Horse technical service. Maybe. Why are these roads so far away all of a sudden? I don't think they've snapped together. We'll be setting up construction offices to put everything into a more controlled setup. These will also take over the maintenance of the area. It's going to be 16 construction vehicles that can fit in those. And then we can add more to this. And there'll be a repair station fairly close by, so they don't have to travel as far. Plus a fire station in case it can actually catch fire. I don't know if they can. %85 loyalty. Almost ready to go to the university, I guess. Add more open haul cards to the construction of buildings again. We can reassign them for transportation once the logging cam actually chops down trees again. Right now it doesn't. When is the first truck going to be available for us? Availability by year. We're not gonna look at US dollar trucks, I don't think. Don't think we can sort this. I think it's the Roosevelts. Roosevelts. 1912, 1913. Less than 10 years. We'll have some trucks we can modernize. Yep, 1912. Oh, you're dropping in heating there a little bit. Just a little bit. Because the heating plant isn't fully staffed right now. Doesn't mean we have plenty of heating capacity. Let's not talk about the coal situation. That one is so dangerous. Probably have to assign another vehicle to actually deliver coal. Let's do that. Just had to wait until unloaded. This might cause other problems. These construction offices are so cheap. Just a bunch of boards, concrete and gravel, and they're up. Really nice. And they're also not too big for like 8 vehicles. If we compare that to this one, 6 vehicles, it's about the same size. Slightly shorter, but yeah. Gonna be more space efficient, more force carriages, that's for sure. And we can start moving those vehicles in. 2 of each type. Actually, not 2 of each type. We need at least 6 vehicles to get a maintenance office going. Dumper, open hull, covered hull, road crane, bus, and mixer. Then we're left with 2 extra slots that we can fill as we see fit. Probably open hull. And then those buildings can maintain the area and each other. And the extra maintenance offices, the extra construction offices could receive all the other vehicles in no particular configuration. All resources are present on the flat construction. Not sure about the loyalty situation. I think it's getting better, but I might also be ignoring something that's driving down loyalty. The orphans are definitely growing up and educating the future of our republic. 25 years old, 74% loyalty. You're 37, you were a migrant. 36, also a migrant, but we do have some loyal teachers in here now from our university, I believe. That should bring up the general loyalty over time. And the fact that we don't let everyone move into our houses brings down the loyalty. So it's a balance. But mainly we're interested in the loyalty of our buildings. And that one needs to go up. And you need to limit the amount of people that can move in here. 50% loyalty or higher. Highly educated for the school, pretty much. Make sure we have teachers for that. And if that is filled, then the clinic, I guess. So these ones could all be regular education now. We don't need to worry about higher education on that side. I mean, we can still let people with higher education move in if they're loyal. But the other buildings don't care about the loyalty. And they're always full. Yeah, 30% loyalty, 37 loyalty. They have waited quite a while to actually move into a building. And they were quite unhappy about it. Okay, I thought they were quick to build. They only have one unloading station. It takes a while to unload the wood in there, I guess. I'm glad we played the test game, otherwise this would have been... I mean, it would have been more experimentation with the loyalty of the Republic, but I think, yeah, now that we integrated the worker hall here, it seems to work quite well. Could be a bus stop, but I don't know. I like that it pulls workers to itself all the time. All is going according to plan. Not everything. We're still not making any money. We're not making enough money, let's put it that way. We're waiting for the trees to grow up here. All of them are in range. Let's plant a bunch of new ones that can grow while the other ones are ready to be harvested. Yeah, like, everything I guess is going according to plan. We just don't have the facility set up yet to actually make us money. It's gonna be a slow process to grow the settlement. It's very vulnerable, I would say. Without a trade. Because of the lack of resources we can bring into it. Now we would have the train loop here, going into the customs house. I don't think we're gonna make like a very complicated setup with like 6 waiting platforms for 3 unloading stations. Oh, crash again. I don't know why. It's the second crash today. I was just looking at trains. I don't know what's going on. 3 minutes after the autosave. Okay. This time it was not related to the autosave. It's on internal branch, but I don't think there's any difference to the Public branch. Should be on 115. I guess I didn't check. I hope we're keeping up with water. And sewage. Those are gonna be the next buildings we have to build. Technical services. But I crash every time I watch the workshop track builder. There's a mod that corrupted the game and leads to crashes. Okay. I don't have any mods, except for the one that put us to 1900 start. People said that the Poland map was having issues. The only issue I've noticed so far was the customs house. Hopefully it doesn't have general issues and shenanigans. I mean, it was the second time I did something with train tracks, I think. These are wooden, I think. Yeah, we only have wooden train tracks available. Truss bridges is just steel and bricks. Basically, how do you start a city? Do you just put buildings down randomly, or do you have a kind of system? Okay, so my system is... I build it bit by bit, but I have a system. Basically, my mind goes through what does the settlement need. I always know it needs heating, water, sewage, electricity. And then you can start placing buildings around like this area that it like defines. So I like clusters of like water, sewage, electricity, and heating. And then you go through the basics: food, alcohol, meat, clothing, culture, sport. You can go through the list here. After you have set up this area, like heating, water, sewage, electricity, you go through housing, not needed. Shopping is needed, so that's food, alcohol, meat, and clothing. Electronics are optional right now. And then culture, sport, healthcare, kindergarten is optional, school, yes. University is optional, depending on what you plan. And that's pretty much it. So what we have right now is all the basic buildings. We have our food store, we have a clothing store, we have an alcohol kiosk, we have a culture building, we got a clinic, we got a sports facility, but that one only works during summer. And then I sprinkled in buildings that I wanted for my current purpose, which was a university, because I want to make my own highly educated people. The school, I would say, is an important building, otherwise you run into unemployment due to no education. I provided a kindergarten, and I'm currently doing stuff with an orphanage. Hopefully there are going to be more workers in here soon, thank you. More workers, please. Stop dropping in loyalty so badly. Oh my god, they have not enough loyalty. But that's kind of my system. But wait. They're letting people with not enough loyalty work in here again. Unbelievable. So basically the last buildings you place are residential buildings, right? Yes, I like building like a core to my settlement with these buildings that I mentioned. Then about like 150 to 200 residential buildings. Like capacity, worker capacity, not that many buildings. And then I just keep adding on to stuff from there to make it look more natural instead of like doing a grid. Following the terrain a bit and setting up the majority of things, like building this bridge here is going to be a nice centerpiece for the settlement at some point. So I planned it ahead of time. And then using that as a guideline on where to build. We'll have like a trench for a rail line going through here. And then monitoring things as they keep happening. So during winter, maybe taking a look at the heat water tank. If it drops below 70, you might have issues. Right now it's 7 degrees, so it shouldn't be anywhere near 70. But if it's like minus 15 degrees and it's at 70, you might have to make sure your heating is actually safe enough. Food is another concern currently because transportation capacity is very low. I look at the distribution offices, but there's 3 carriages idling right now, so it should be fine. Unless they're filled with a resource that can't get unloaded right now, but they're... Monuments are kind of important. Waste storages I put down after the fact. And yeah, stuff like that. Fire stations you might count as essential. I usually build a fire station first before I start building anything else. Build a fire station first, run a transportation of workers to it from the customs house, and then I start building things up so nothing burns down from a fire. I usually put a warehouse next to the supermarket. That works, yeah. If it's a really large supermarket, the people in the supermarket need spare time to pull the resources into the supermarket. So if you ever have a queue in front of the supermarket, they don't spend any time pulling resources into the supermarket during that time. Let the carriages deliver to the warehouse. Yeah, you can have one carriage delivered to the warehouse and the meat carriage to the supermarket directly. And that leaves like one delivery space open for police or ambulances to still get to the building. I didn't build one here yet because I'm still planning on having a larger shopping center somewhere nearby. You said carriages, so you're also using horses. Someone else using horses. Yeah, I think 2 carriages delivering the coal into the heating plant seem to do well. Ah, nice. I did a little bit of a test run for like, I think 4 or 5 years. I started with the smallest heating plant and then tried to build onto it. I think we would have run into heating problems with that, but I want to make a small village. The small village I would make would just have a heating plant, a grocer, or maybe a food kiosk, and then a bus stop, and then they would get carried to the settlement by horses, I guess, every now and then. Later on, maybe by train. Okay, construction offices are done. Let's get the basic supplies in. 1 crane each. I guess we'll put 2 flatbed ones in there already. The assignments down. We'll need some dumper wagons. Also, probably a good idea to put 2 down, but for maintenance reasons it's not really necessary. Concrete, yes. We'll take small horse carriages for workers. Covered hull. You actually have some mechanical components in your inventory for some reason. Maybe when I decided to place down these, the tank monument, you tried to like build that. I should try and... well, I can't really sell it, I guess. Not based on our rules. What did I forget? Dumper, flatbed, concrete, covered, crane. I think we got everything. That should leave one slot free, I guess. So we got 3 in, 4 are still heading here. Yeah, I think we got everything. The issue that I always have is beauty over functionality. I end up messing both. Yeah, I can see that. In this one I went heavily on functionality, I think. So the shape of the settlement is a little bit more grid-like, but it has to be. I don't trust the horse carriages to save the settlement for us. Oh, wrong tool. Sure. We'll fill the rest up with dumpers, I think. One, two, three, four. We need 4.5 more construction offices to put the rest into buildings as well. Logging camp still hasn't started yet. Trees are still growing. So everything's still assigned to a technical service. It's also a pretty neat trick if you didn't know. Select the technical service and mouse into the building window and it'll highlight everything in green that the vehicles want to or have to travel to. Which in this case means that all the waste storages are highlighted, water and sewage tanks are highlighted, but also buildings that are not connected to one of them. So in this case it has to travel directly to the logging camp because it's not connected to a external waste storage. So if like one of your residential buildings is highlighting in green, it means that either water, sewage or waste is not connected. It's a neat little feature to figure out by one of them. So you don't have to go into every building and look through everything first to see if everything is hooked up. You get a nice overview in the technical service. For logging, do you just use the terrain tree tool? Or does the building plant trees? Never done logging. The building plants trees if you get the research for it. There's a technology for automatic tree replanting. If I find it. That one. Woodcutting planting policy. For every tree cut down, one must be planted. So you don't have to then worry about manual tree replanting anymore. If you do that one, your woodcutting posts never run out of wood. So right now I have to do it manually. Okay, the amount of workers in the university is quite low. Where are you going afterwards? You should be able to go work in the university, but none of you are actually doing that. Oh no, I say that. Suddenly a burst of workers appeared. I take it back. We're running insufficient workers inside the orphanage. There's not enough loyal people here anymore. We're just gonna have a negative feedback loop of very disloyal people, which is not what we want. You have to send workers here first before you can work anywhere else. It's important. Make sure the orphanage is staffed, don't lose all the loyalty. My god, some of these are really disloyal. Okay. Let people with a regular education also move in here, if they are loyal enough. More workers. It's not enough. Okay, it's not self-sustaining enough yet. Not self-sufficient. I hope you'll get your education through. I mean, you're not loyal enough, but you're just like someone living nearby that can directly walk into the university. Unacceptable. Loyalty has dropped too much. I need to solve it. I need to get migrants to fix this. We need another residential building that will just hold loyal, regular educated citizens, I guess. I need another house. So that one is going to be only regular education. High loyalty. Ideally 75% or higher. Go work in the orphanage first. If you can't work there, go work in the school, and then any other building is fine. Okay, that looks better. Back to our loyalty boost. I did have to get a lot of migrants for that. 4,000 rubles worth of migrants, I guess. So not self-sufficient quite yet. So yeah, this one gets workers at 50% loyalty. They might work in the orphanage, but most likely their loyalty is going to drop way too quickly below 50. These are really disloyal. Why is your loyalty that bad? I don't know. They have to be replaced with more loyal citizens. Why are you not hauling the mixed waste away? Are you too far away from it now? You're doing... okay. This one doesn't do large containers. It's bugged. So we don't have one doing large containers, I guess. Maybe that's because I tested it beforehand and something got corrupted. I'll have to check that after the stream. Speaking of which, I'm going to take my break now. Made it another 2 years in game. March 1904. Not bad. The workers and resource category has German, Spanish, or Cyrillic. I think Russian. None of which I think makes sense to raid right now. So, anyone else we could raid? We could surprise NetEye, who is streaming Lego building, but he's currently on a BRB screen. I don't know since when. Other than that, I don't think I have anyone else I could raid right now. Could go to Percussigant, streaming a lot of Vintage Story. I'm gonna go check out the horse carriage, like the large garbage horse carriage. Otherwise our waste here is gonna run full, like the hazardous waste, and then we're gonna have a waste spill, and we'll wonder why everyone is dying in the area. That wouldn't be great. Trucking later. I was thinking EU5, but I don't know. We'll see. I'm not sure yet. Probably trucking. EU5 and workers and resources on the same day might be a bit much. Yeah, I think I'm going to initiate the raid to NetEye, even though he's on BRB right now. I'm not sure what he's building, but it would be a Lego building stream. We'll see. I'll let the timer tick down, naturally, and hope that he comes back in time. I'm going to make myself something to eat, then I'll be back later. We'll see what... I tried the Street Legal Racing Redline again. I disabled VSync and then it ran smoothly. No frame rate limiter on that apparently, unfortunately. Oh god. I need to apparently check out Race Room because they messed around with the DTM92s now as well. So I guess I will be doing that during my break. I'm not sure. If I set up the racing equipment, then we might actually be doing trucking. Very likely. I'm not gonna do another Mega Monkey special today though. That was exhausting, but fun. Also had to do the bug reports. So yeah, again, really fun. Workers and resources. It's very slow progress, but we were kind of expecting that with the horses. We're 4 years in. We got less than 1,000 people, 450. The situation with the loyalty is not stable yet. Oops. But I guess that's what it is. I talked through the raid. I forgot the timer. My bad. Anyway, on YouTube, thank you everyone else also for watching. Take care everyone, all the best. And maybe I'll see you next time.